Okay. Let's see what we can get up to today. What's the time? 8:50. Wow. I'm late. So late. So much for sticking to a routine. So much for that. Never mind. Now that we finally have destructible quotation marks environment via shaders, fragment shaders, it's time to refactor, then push on with collision detection in compute shaders. Okay. Hey, Wardrobe, how you doing? How's your Saturday morning treating you? It's not too bad a day out there up in West Auckland. Streams. Hey, Boku Beam's still streaming. Nice. Okay, and we could move that back to 8. Hey, Boku Beam, how you doing? I was going to say, I was just looking at your message in Discord, and then you showed up here. Funny. Huh. Boku's another Bevy streamer, Wardrobe. There's more than one of us, believe it or not. Actually, there's 3 of us. There might even be 4. It's 3 I know about. Actually, that's not true. I think there are 4 I know about. We definitely need to start a stream team. They're multiplying, I know. Like a virus. You can't stop us. You can stop one of us, but you can't stop all of us. Oh, sorry about the ads. Hmm. Okay. So we need to refactor this mess because it is a mess. It is definitely a mess. I'm calling this mouse shader, but it's really a terrain shader. So I think it would be best to I'm also strongly considering passing this in as a uniform rather than a constant, but I think it would certainly be best to rename this. So let's move to same directory, but terrain, WGSL. And then we'll need to modify where that's called, which is there. Guess you're collecting baby streamers? Yeah. Yeah, you should follow. Boku Beam's just doing, I say just, but it's not just at all. Doing a Pong, I can't talk this morning, interpretation in Bevy, which I'm always interested in because there always seems to be complexities I haven't really thought of. People talk about Pong being the first game and all that, but imagine writing that from scratch in assembler or whatever they did for the Atari. I assume it was assembler. Imagine figuring all those problems out for the first time and then convincing people that they should buy it. Okay, so let's check that works real quick. Oh yeah, we've got this timing problem to sort out too, where sometimes the terrain won't show up at all. We definitely need to figure that out. I'm pretty sure it's got to do with when I run the systems. But yeah, this is all working nicely, which means that if we have a character explode, we can just make a little divot in the terrain for the other ones to walk through, which should be fun. I can play around with the exact dimensions of the mask. And then when we're tunneling through a piece of terrain, we can just draw the mask progressively. And when we're digging through terrain, we can draw the mask progressively downwards. And then we'll figure out a solution for building. But yeah, I'm encouraged. This is working really well. And also I can just edit it myself with the mouse when I want to change the terrain or test something. Sweet. I should really hide the mouse stuff behind a DevTools kind of layer, but we'll get to that. I have the same reaction when I say little, like they currently have a fun little project. I know, right? One of the first DOS games you played? See, I played it on the Amiga. But yeah, it was big for DOS as well. It was on so many platforms. The creator, Mike Daly, has a YouTube, and he published a walkthrough of him building lemmings in a couple of days in Game Maker Studio, which was really interesting, and I learned a lot from it. And he's also got a Discord, so I've talked to him a couple of times over there. Where is it? In a day, where is it? I've got it on my Discord. Game Maker mentioned, yeah, I know. Where is that link? But I found it super interesting, not only just to watch someone who was obviously incredibly experienced work, but just to get a sense of some of the history of it as well. There it is. Yeah, so really interesting stuff. I don't want to remake Lemmings. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just I have a lot of honor for the people that made it originally, and it was an interesting story. They couldn't afford to license music, so they ended up remaking basically a whole bunch of public domain tunes, things like 10 Green Bottles, Hanging on the Wall, that kind of stuff, because it just It was what they could afford to release, and now it's classic, and everybody associates that music with Lemmings. The Lemmings law. Okay, so refactoring. Oh, KiwiBit? Yeah. Yeah. But I actually plan to release this one, so I just need to make sure it's legally distinct, as you would say, with your legally distinct payment. I think I want the idea, but I want to kind of have a twist on it. So, like they say, you can't copyright a game mechanic; you can only copyright the assets. Okay, so refactoring. First of all, we have minimap, which doesn't actually exist. But in the beginning, when I started rendering to render target textures, I had this minimap idea, but it doesn't exist anymore. It will, but not in this form. So what we need to do is extract anything that's still in here and move it to, I think, an asset called level. So let's go, well, not an asset, but a plugin. So why don't we just rename this for now? And then we'll refactor everything into this. So that's in game minimap. We'll call that game level. And that will break everything. Steam release? Absolutely. Yep. So the plan is to release this game on my birthday, which means I've got my work cut out for me, at the very least in demo or early access, and for an incredibly cheap price. I'm making it open source so that people can fix bugs or contribute levels if they want to. And so that I can use it as a teaching resource for people that are like me, just struggling to learn the basics of Bevy and rendering. So it'll be like $1 or something like that on Steam, just so that I can get the practice, like the Champions of Breakfast thing that Thor's always talking about. Just the practice of releasing something and managing it on Steam and learning all the ins and outs of those processes. So my birthday, unfortunately, is on the 9th of June of this year. So I have very little time left. Let's ask Claude. Today is the 25th of January in New Zealand. How many days left until the 9th of June in New Zealand? Oh my God, that looks terrifying. I haven't even got collision detection. Oh my God. That's terrifying. All right, well, maybe we can get a demo out by then. I'm determined, man. I've got a schedule. Yeah, I'm determined. But I got deeply wrapped around the axle trying to understand destructible terrain. But that is terrifying. Put that in Discord as a reminder to me. Scream emoji. Okay. Wow. Better get cracking then. You got this. I salute your ambition. I hope you reach your goal. I hope you do too. I'm still waiting to be the first person to buy Goblin Cop. Is the terrain red as pixels in the compute shader? No, interestingly. So, oh, well, it will be. Yes. Yes. So let's look at this. Hang on. Let me finish this real quick. Okay. So the compute shader is not doing anything right now. but we can pass an array of U32s to it. So really all I plan to do is pass a texture as well as a reference, and then have it just check against the collision, the current positions of the characters. And then we'll just do some basic math. I don't want it to be like, it's not going to be perfect, but I think it's probably going to be sufficient. The original game used a process whereby, just fire up a sprite real quick. The original game used a process where you would have like undulating terrain like this, and it read a pixel on the bottom of the character. So say your character's here, it would read like this pixel and compare it to the ground, basically. And then if there was a piece of the terrain that was 4 characters vertical, or 4 pixels vertical, that constitutes a forward collision. So it would encounter that and then it would turn around and walk the other way. Mine is going to need to be a little bit bigger. I think we'll probably look for something like 6 or 7 or 10 characters vertical, but the same principle will apply. It's a very simple collision detection because all you need to know is the character in contact with the ground? If so, stop falling. And is the character in contact with a forward obstruction? If so, turn around and walk the other way. So it's a nice simple logic, but still needs to be implemented. Oh yeah, I've got it here. Like we need to know ground collision and we need to know forward collision. And those are the 2 main things. We might also need to collide between blocking characters. So, you know, when the little guy's got his hands out stopping you from moving. I don't know how I'll implement that, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so we've changed this to level. LMNOP, yep. Have to be alphabetized. It's very important. And I did just have to say my alphabet then, which is just how bad my brain is. Let's see. We need to move everything that belongs in level out of playing. Playing should be much simpler than it currently is, but it was like my debug plugin. So I basically dumped everything in here. So here we initialize the images that we're going to use. Oh, and this could be refactored too. Yeah, we're spawning level. Okay. The important change we're going to need to eventually make, of course, is that we need to spawn a level on each level rather than just once. So we'll need to figure that out and ways of loading the images and things like that. But baby steps. So this entire init plugin could almost all be moved into level. In fact, it can. Yeah, so all of that is level, which leaves playing to not do very much at all. So let's see what we get. Maybe I should have just renamed playing. Okay. Level material is also defined in there. Level viewport. Oh, that was an interesting possibility too. I was trying to track in the original Lemmings, there is a mini map where you only see a viewport within the much larger image, but I think I'm actually going to use the window for that now. Yeah, so in this, you can see that it's a long level, but you only ever see a small fraction of it at the time. With mine, it's a 2K image, so you can move up and down as well as laterally. And you only ever see a 720p portion of it. So we'll think about that. But at the moment, I don't believe I'm using level viewport for anything. So we might just get rid of that now. So level material can go to level. And we don't have a minimap to tag yet. Movement speed can stay where it is. Obstacle can stay where it is. I'm not really using it for anything. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that. Oh, refactoring, cutting swathes of code out. You gotta love it. Don't need that. That we do need, but we're probably gonna put it in level. So that goes. We're basically just combining two into one here. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. This can go. So playing, what is playing going to be responsible for? This is a screen, basically. That needs to go to level. So we've got screens and then we've got game code. Okay, that needs to go. So the only thing we're left with is movement speed. Okay, interesting. And that will probably go to physics. All right, so we've got an empty plugin. That's fine. We'll deal with it later. It'll probably be responsible for orchestrating all of the creation of resources and things, but we'll do that later. Okay, so this goes to here. Plugin always comes first. Oh, it's so messy. It's so gloriously messy. So gloriously messy. Okay. Please import that for me. Thank you. And please import that. We need that. That makes things a lot better. Import that, please. Yes, we like that. We like that a lot. Shader ref. Yes, we need that imported. Fantastic. What about you? Yep, we need that. Levels. Yes, import that. Macro R comes from Tiny Bale. Lovely little crate. Use Tiny Bale. Thank you very much, Pyrius, for writing that. Prelude Star. I love our community. We come up with so many good tools. It's really, really cool to see all the things that people just invent. Now, I don't like the naming of this. Draw Alpha GPU is stupid. What we're actually doing is update terrain shader, terrain texture. What am I actually doing? The only thing I'm doing here is updating the cursor position. Yeah, I think that's what this is responsible for. It is a great community. It really is. And I think in addition to all the work that Cart does, it's been really interesting to see its change since Alice has become full-time as on Bevy as opposed to just like a massive contributor. I really think it's kind of grown everything really nicely. And obviously all the unpaid work that everybody else is doing as well. Yeah, okay, so update cursor position. So that needs to be there. Update cursor position. And we could make that into a system set. Everything that runs if we're in state screen in game on update. So let's look at lib and see if we've got any system sets already set up. And we do. Most of this stuff is from Bevy New 2D. Which is great for just general layout, project layout stuff. Okay. Now, where are my system sets? Do I not have system sets in here? Oh, I don't think I do. Okay, so let's look at that ourselves. And we'll go to source lib. And where are our systems? Oh, here we go, app set. Do I have that? I do. Okay, so app set, tick timers, record input, update. I think I'm going to change update to be in-game. No, that's too broad because we've also got tick timers, which is obviously going to be in-game. Okay, let's try, instead of app set, which is a bit vague, let's go with in-game. And then we've got tick timers, record input. And I think just game updates. What are we actually doing in that set? It's, in a way, it's record input, right? Because we're updating the cursor position of the mouse. Yeah, let's put it in record input for now. But let's look at the way that that's defined. It is not used anywhere. Okay. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Where are those created? Have they been moved? Configure sets. Configure sets. Where have they gone? Oh, I see. Configure sets, update. Oh, they're all on update. Interesting. Okay. Do I have that in mind? Yes. All right. Do I want it to be on update rather than fixed update? I think I do. So this is going to be in game. And we're going to remove this one because it's too vague, really. Okay, cool. So now I can take that information and I can go here and I can add it to a set. So I don't need to specify the screen. Oh, but I do need to specify the screen in the app set. I've lost my buffer. I've lost my buffer. I have too many buffers. Here we go. No, we don't. Lib. It's not there. That's why I've lost it. It's not there. Okay. Chain. Whoops. Run if in state screen in game. Now, importantly, those will continue to run in a substate of in-game. So I think that's actually incorrect. We only want them to run when we're not in a pause screen. So I think what we actually want is playing. In-game playing, is that right? I'm kind of making it up here. Here we go. Game. Game playing. Okay. So we only want timers and record input to run. We want them to run in sequence. So that's what the chain call does. And then we only want them to run if in-state game playing. So not in the pause screen, not in the credit screen, only when we're playing. All right, cool. So this now can be changed to inset game. Oh, I've got two enums named game now. That's bad. Is it bad? It's bad, right? It's bad. Yeah, it's definitely bad. Okay. Game set. I called it in game, which again, not great. Game set. Game set and match. All right. Naming is hard. Naming hard. And again, you could say game state, but I just kind of like the shorter version here. I think we're going to be referring to it a lot. So the game enum is a state. So you could say game state, but I've been moving away from using state in my state names. Yeah, kind of on the fence about that one. But yeah, tricky. Easy to get confused. So now we could say inset game set record input. Easy. Okay, so now we have a better organization for that. You could also, in theory, have systems that only run, because I do this a lot, on enter screen in game. So you could have a system for that, a system set for that. Let's try it and see how it feels. So you could say setup. The trouble with on enter, you have to make sure you do it for the main state and not for any of its substates. So if you've got something that runs on enter game screen in game, you don't want it to run on game playing, for example, because then it will run again when you come out of the pause screen. So let's see here. Oh, I should do a team check. Uh-oh. Broken. No bueno. Bad request. The request input was not valid. One of these names is causing me a problem. I don't know which one it is. Somebody has got a weird character in there or something that I'm not encoding correctly. I've had this problem before. Bummer. Okay, we'll just restart the robot and not do that. Actually, I'll prove it. Let's just prove that it. Oh, not in there. Duh. Let's just prove that it breaks again. Yep. Interesting. Doesn't normally do that, but someone is breaking it. Bummer. Okay. Move it back here. And we will move this to here, and then we will manually shout somebody out. Let's shout out.
Everywhere unless you have ad block.
Sorry about that. Who have we got? We got Shady Games, Code Wonderland. Let's shout out Stevie Ray Drawn. That is a good Twitch name. Okay. Now, so I think game set init is probably plenty descriptive name for me. You could also call it setup, but I like init. So yeah. App configure. Oh wait. Do I have to have, can I have separate calls for different parts of that enum? I actually don't know that. On enter screen in game game set init. Yeah, that seems right. So now I should be able to just use game set init for all of those. Oh, but I still need the condition. Yeah, I still need this. I can't just say add systems init in set. Makes them less useful. But I'll still do it. And then maybe we'll find a better way later. Yeah. Okay. So, what else can we do? We could have this constant business for shaders is not ideal. State management really hard. Yeah, it's tricky. There's no question. But substates have made it so much better. So much better. So I wonder if we need some kind of level configuration struct and or resource just to organize things a bit better so we haven't got constants floating around. Because then we could have render layers configuration as well. And we could get rid of these magic numbers. I think in lib I would create, or for that matter, I could have a plugin called config or a plugin called screen. Tempted by a plugin called config that just has things like screen dimensions and image dimensions. And things like which render layers to go where. I think maybe a rendering plugin might be an interesting concept, but let's see here. Let's try on a config plugin for size and see how it feels. Or a config resource. Yeah. Okay, go to lib. And we will edit config rs use Bevy prelude pub fn plugin app. And then we'll go derive resource. And something like probably defaults pub struct config. It's a little bit vague, but let's just roll with it for a real second. It's a little vague. Let's go with pub shaders. Which will be pub struct shader defs, no shader paths. And we'll have terrain string or answer possibly. Collision string. Simple default for shader paths. Hey, Ocean Master, how you doing? Oh, I've got a YouTube comment. I'm sorry, I missed it briefly. What font you using? Looks like Maple Mono. No, it is damn, I've forgotten the name of it. Hang on. Where is it? It's in my foot config. Well, that just says monospace, but that's letting the system select it. It is, damn it. Hang on a sec. Where's my font config? There we go. Oh, that's it. OX Proto Nerd Font. OX Proto Nerd Font. There it is. Put that in the YouTube comments. Yeah, I kind of like it. It lacks some of the glyphs, but it's pretty cool. So I have to use other fonts to render glyphs. Okay. I have to remind myself to check the YouTube window because I don't, it's sitting down the bottom of my chat screen. I really want to modify my, my robot, this thing, so that it, also picks up the YouTube, but it doesn't yet. So, but if we have 130 odd days to release this game, we haven't got time to muck around with that stuff. We just haven't got time. I'm doing good, Ocean Master. How you doing? Okay, so this, no, not this. Close window, close buffer, close buffer for now. What was I doing? Total sidetrack. Yes, this. So this needs to be imported from lib. Pubmod config. And we will add the plugin somewhere here. I'm not wild about having a sort of broad general config plugin, but I'm going to go with it for now until I find a better model. Thank you. You're welcome. Not that. Right. So this. Just close this and reopen it because sometimes I find Rust Analyzer struggles to pick up new modules. There we go. Okay, defaults. Defaults returns a shader paths, and we will make self. Probably getting some of this wrong, but that's fine. Those, I guess, need to be public. Question mark. Collision is going to be shaders collision WGSL. And that'll probably need an into. And this is going to be a terrain. Shaders terrain WGSL. Okay, getting there. Then this becomes shader paths default. What is your problem? Return type notation not allowed in this position yet. Oh, right, because I'm defining it, duh. Yeah, so then we look at dimensions. And we'll call it game dimensions, I guess. And we'll do much the same thing. I don't know what other people do for their games. I should really look at how some smarter people organize this kind of thing. Pub window is going to be a urect. Should I use a urect? I probably should. Maybe, possibly, maybe not. Maybe it should be a vec2. Uvec2. And pub level is a uvec2. Maybe I should make it just vec2 so that I can use the dimensions without conversion. And then we'll go and pull defaults for game dimensions. Fn default game dimensions self level, and we'll go vec to new, and each level is going to be a 2560 times 1440, and each window is going to start with, now this is interesting because you don't necessarily always have the same size window. But let's start with this and then we'll deal with the repercussions later. Perfect is the enemy of good. Do I actually need this to be a plugin? Do I need it to be a plugin? I guess I do if I want it to be a resource. Okay, so let's try that. Config default. Ba-doop-ba-doo. I have got that wrong. I don't know why. What have I done? I've done something wrong. Oh. There we go. That was silly. All right. Now, That gives us a new resource which we can run relatively quickly. Yeah, that should be present by the time we get into game. So that should be fine. I won't be able to use those values in the initial window setup, which begs the question, should I make them constants just in the config file? But then why would I have the resource at all? Do these need to be hard-coded, or can we set them via config? Another useful question. Probably constant until you realize you want to change them live. Yeah, I mean, probably, to be honest with you, but I'm just trying to reduce the incidence of magic numbers at the moment. Things like global volume. Baby steps. Actually, would the config... It's almost tempting to add the config in something like main. So that you do it here. Init resource, or add plugins. Because add plugins will run in order, I think. So you could do that. Except that game plugin is a struct plugin and config isn't. Yeah, I don't know. We'll play with it. Resource makes a lot of sense when thinking about a settings menu later on. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of messing around with screen dimensions and mesh dimensions, and I just want an easy place to find them, basically. And also render layers. We could do an abstraction for that. So let's look at what that would look like. That's going to be an enum. Doesn't necessarily need to be on a resource. But for example, we could do pub enum. We don't want to call it render layers. We want to call it game render layers. That's not a very good name, but I can't think of a better one right now. And then it's going to be main and potentially terrain or default. We could certainly derive default. So that would become... Oh, now it would need to directly evaluate to a number. Is that how Rust enums work? What did the render layers do? So in order to accomplish this texture swapping business that I'm doing with the terrain rendering, I need two separate cameras, one for everything and one for just those textures, because that's how render to texture works. So where we've got render target, where's the camera that does that? It's in level somewhere. Level camera, yeah. So it's got a target of an image instead of the screen. By default, cameras target the screen. But this is rendering to an image instead. In order to accomplish that, I have to put it on a separate render layer. Otherwise, when I did something like animate the sprite, there would be like a little trail as the sprite moved along the screen because it would be making permanent changes to the image. Yeah, so a little bit fiddly. Do Rust enums correspond to numbers? I don't think they do. I could use a constant, but I couldn't use an enum. Do Rust enums correspond to integers? Oh, you can specify discriminant values. That's handy. Control memory layout. Interesting. I wonder if it could convert. You could use a from. This is getting a little bit fiddly, really, but we could do something like. Wait, is it making things up? Are you making things up? Let's find out. Apparently, it's not making things up. Rust Analyzer thinks so, anyway. So I could do. I think it's real, but a from, yeah. So I could do impl from for game render layers. I forget how to do this. Actually, always prefer implementing from. Yeah. From you. What is it, in fact? Actually, isn't it a game? Hang on. What is this? It's a usize. Okay. Yeah, it thinks it's a usize, but let's find out. Let's find out for sure. So I've forgotten what it is. Is it just FN from? Oh yeah, it is. Look at that. It auto completed for me. How convenient. How convenient. Wait, how do I do this? So use repro type to control memory layout. So do I have to do that with usize? What is the from conversion for usize here? I don't quite understand. Oh, you have to use a match, right? Yeah. Yeah, match on it, yeah. Very true. So we return that directly. So match val. I don't like using the full word for some reason. It's a little fiddly, but I guess it works. I mean, why wouldn't you just use constants at this point, to be honest with you? But let's just try and be tidy. Let's try and be tidy Kiwis. Well, yeah. Okay. Everything else should be an error, really, but we can't do that. So, you're saying to do, are you? Huh? Fair enough. Isn't it the reverse? I do want to get a use size from game render layer, but if I implement from, it'll give me the into. It's one of those weird little. The compiler just infers it. But it doesn't do that if you implement the into, which is why it gave me this weird little note somewhere. There it is. One should always prefer implementing from over into, thanks to the blanket implementation in the standard library. I don't know why it's spaced like that. Weird. Okay. So given that, in theory, in lib, and I don't know why the camera is defined here. This is a bad idea. We'll fix that. This is more refactoring shit. In theory, I ought to be able to do game render layers main. It is nice to see it written out. Like, it's nice and clear. Oh, interesting. Mismatched types. Oh, because I have to into. No? Interesting. Okay, here we go down the rabbit hole. The trait bound usize convert from is not satisfied. Interesting. Okay, what did it suggest before? From usize, from value, match value. Yeah. So why isn't the trait bound satisfied? I thought I got away with that. Certainly seems happy with this definition. What am I missing? You do have to make a from for the use size, but might run into orphan rule. Yeah, but that's into, right? From render layer for use size would be into. What happens if I explicitly do it? The funny thing is I'll only ever need into, I'll never need from, as far as I can tell. Actually, that might not be necessary, that last part. Oh, so explicitly doing it works. So what happens if I remove this? Okay. Weird. So I guess it couldn't infer it after I was trying to be such a smartass and saying that it could infer it. Oh, well. Pride cometh before a fall. Okay. Cool. So in that case, I can then take. Oh, we got ads. I'm going to make a cuppa. Okay. Kappa enabled. So you were right, but it just gives you both ways of converting one into the other. So usize layer is a separate impl than layer usize. Should be able to change that impl into usize for render layers to impl from render layers for usize. Yeah, I don't know. It works. I forget if orphan rule is a problem on built-in types. Yeah. I thought you just kind of automatically got it. So this should be game render layers terrain. And where else have we got it? That's 16. And anywhere else? That one's done. That one's done. That one's done. Okay, good. All right. Now, screen dimensions. This one. We need the resource, which is called, I guess, config. Seems a bit blunt, but let's go with it for now. We're still experimenting with things, but we don't want to be fussy about it because we got 130 odd days. Config. What is it called? It's called dimensions. And I want to say screen or window. See, strictly speaking, we should be using window width here. Maybe we should do that instead. Not physical height, but logical height. I'm hoping that's correct, but we'll find out, I guess. Let's not do that. And that arguably means that we probably shouldn't have it set in the resource itself. But let's just figure this out first. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so we've also got this. Now, the other thing we could do is get the size of the image that we're loading in. The trouble is, I'm designing everything around 2K. I could just load the size from the image itself. Real quick, remind me, get image dimensions from Bevy image. Texture descriptor size. Okay. Extent 3D. Okay. All right. Let's try implementing it that way. And we may find out we don't need these dimensions on the config at all. Oh, and if I put this in a resource, I won't be able to do it at runtime. So that's another problem. Hmm. Yeah, the resource is starting to not look like a fantastic idea. Let's dig into this a little bit and see what we can accomplish. Why is cursor position? Oh, I see. That's getting the original cursor position. Base level image is textures level clone. Then we get target 1 as a clone of that image, and target 2 is a clone of that image. Okay. Why don't we modify? Can we just modify the base level image? Actually, let's call this target 1. We may run into trouble with borrows on get mute, but let's just check. Now that needs to be reinserted. So images, insert, textures, level, clone, target 1, because we have changed its texture descriptor usage. Okay. Now this one needs to be target 2. Oh yeah, that works okay. Where am I using level target? Oh, there. Okay. So this one is still going to be textures level clone. All right. Now we've got borrow checking problems, as I suspected would happen. Yeah. So that's why we were making 2 copies of it, huh? So what happens if I back off out of that approach and instead do instead of images add target 1, what if I just do images insert base level textures level clone. Okay, so that still works. So can I then do this? Want one less image if I can get away with it. Nice. I don't think that this get mute, is that necessary? No. Okay. Interesting. So, where's my tea? I need my tea. Okay, so we can probably make this even better by doing some kind of source destination thing. Um, source image, destination image. Yeah. Okay, so this requires a bit of less explanation, I think. Note images loaded, and that would actually be interesting. I wonder if you could provide the texture descriptor stuff in Bevy Asset Loader. We should just check that real quick. I think we actually want to look at the repo. Hmm. Can you specify any of this stuff? Asset fields. Texture atlases. Sampler configuration. Okay. Array images, standard materials, collections. Collections as maps. Okay. Nothing obvious. That's okay. So images loaded via Bevy Asset Loader do not have the default usage settings. These need to be modified in order to use the image as a render target. Here we create 2 copies of the level image. One to use as source, the other destination. These will be swapped after rendering each frame. Okay, so we get the base level image. Source image is a clone. Change the usage. Clone it again. Update the original image. With new usage settings. and add the second copy of it to assets, image assets. Okay. Then we'll need the dimensions. So we could do, instead of rectangle new, we've got, how complex would this be if we go source image, texture descriptor, size, width as F32. Same thing. Didn't like that. Oh, it's moved. Clone. Huh. Why isn't the width moved? Oh, texture descriptor is moved. Okay, interesting. Can I get a little let level size equals source image texture descriptor size. Clone potentially. Level size height as F32. Same problem. Borrow of moved value source image texture descriptor, because I assume I've done the insert. Yeah. Oh, I've cloned it. Okay. Same old borrow checker goodness. But that's okay. We're equal to the task. We'll figure it out. It's not a problem. Value moved here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What about base level image? We never use that again. Nope, same problem. What can I do here? I don't suppose I can do stupid things like this, can I? Nope. Bummer. I guess if I created yet another clone of it here, I could do that. What about destination image? Because all we've done with that is insert it. Just curious how this all works. Same problem there. So what about let foo equals source image clone? Hey, so you need yet another clone of it. Can you do it down here? You probably can't, right? Nope. Okay, so you got to create all your clones up front. Oh boy. What if I created this up further? I think I'd introduce the same problem, wouldn't I? Oh, no, you can do that. Interesting. So as long as I grab it before I start mucking around with other things. Okay. Yep. Okay. Annoying, but certainly doable. Okay, so that gets rid of the magic number there. All right, cool. Let's look at what we're doing in level. Oh, that is level. Let's look at what we're doing in physics. Minimap doesn't exist anymore. That is a level. This also comes from level. Okay. That collision thing can go away, I do believe. I hope. Okay, render graph node for collisions node. Now, I think in physics we were also doing the texture swapping, which is dumb. We shouldn't do that here. Yeah, here we go. App add system swap textures. Let's take that and move it to level. And it may be that we also need to do some tricky rendering stuff in that system because it's not, the timing is weird. It doesn't always work. Oh yeah, we're not currently using that, but we will. Tiny Bell, are we not using that? Are we sure? Okay, that's a little better. Getting closer to the point where we can run. I think I'm going to remove dimensions at this point because it doesn't seem to be terribly useful. It's better to actually read the dimensions. And I can't use shader paths like that because they have to be available outside of the resource. So this is starting to look like a bad idea. This entire config crate, config plugin rather. I think it is. I think game render layers needs to go to possibly rendering. In fact, this entire thing could be relabeled rendering under game, possibly. And then in game RS, we'll take away nothing because that's not necessary. In lib, we will take away pubmod config. That is no longer a thing. This is now in We'll let it figure out where to import it from. That goes away. Apparently I'm not exporting it properly. It should be in game. We should have pubmod rendering. Possibly pub crate, but you know, we'll fix that. In which case, in lib, there we go. Nice one. And then in level, we need to do the same thing. Nice one. And then we can use the texture paths using. I think it's called shader paths. No? Yeah, it's called shader paths. Huh. Why can't I use shader paths? I actually don't need Bevy for anything here. This is not going to be a resource. And we do not need a plugin. Right. That's not. You would need like shader paths default collision, something like that. It's kind of ugly. I guess it's all right. The alternative would be what do you call that? Lazy static thing, maybe. Let's leave it that way for now. Yeah, lazy static might be the way to go for that. No, don't extract it into a variable. I want you to import it. What do you mean it's not used? Oh, I see. Fair enough. Really? I kind of thought. Oh, wait. What did I change this from? Huh. Shader asset path into. So and string into works, but returning it from This doesn't. Shader ref from string isn't satisfied. That's kind of annoying. So you'd have to do this. Nope. Come on. Really? Oh, this is not worth it. It's not worth the pain. It's not worth the pain. Okay. I'm sold. I don't need a separate struct with paths in it. I'm just going to use shader asset path. It's just not worth the pain. Let's go to rendering's a bad name for that. Get rid of that. And that. And then level will be broken. No, collision will be broken. Which is physics. Const shader asset path. What is it called again? Shaders collision WGSL. And then we've got this, which becomes that. Except it doesn't. What did I used to have in here? Oh yeah, that was it. Okay, so we got rid of the texture swapping in here and moved that to level. The other thing we need to do is move the main camera. Or is it okay to leave that in lib? Spawn camera gets run when? At startup. I guess I'm okay with that. All right, how close are we to getting this to run? Let's have a look here. Oh, not too close. So what do we got? App set. All right, let's look for app set. Now, check splash timer. Inset game set update. Right, so that's a really broad set. I don't like it. I think I would rather have it in. These are timers in game set update. And this is a fade in out in game set update. I think I'm happy just to take out the inset for now. Because I don't think there's much point in having one that just runs on update. Oh, interestingly, these do not run in game. So I'm going to take them out of tick timers. All of these are running if inset screen splash. Because I just don't know that there's much point in having images and having systems that just run on update and they're in a set. Like it's, why not just run them on update? Yeah, I guess they're chained. That's the other thing. Maybe we could. Do you have to re-specify the run if you're using a set? Because we could just add another system set for splash stuff. Let's have a look. App configure sets. Update. Splash set. Or I guess non-game set. Utility set. UI set. Preset. Like something that's not the game. Let's just call it non-game set for now. Not great, but oh, we don't need record input, do we? Chain. Run if in state. Run if not in state. I think you can do this. The trouble is they're also going to run on paused. I think screen in game is the way to do this. And then we've got that was kind of unnecessary. Okay, so we could do that. Game systems always game systems always running if playing but not while paused, etc. Non-game systems run outside of screen in-game. Okay, so let's look at our logic. Run if not in state screen in-game, yeah. That looks right to me. So let's go back to, I want to say splash. Which I guess means we still need that specification for screen splash. Tick fade in out runs inset non-game set tick timers. I don't know how necessary this level of detail is. Apply fade in and out runs inset non-game set. Not wild about those names. Yeah. Okay, what other errors have we got to work with? We've got got too many inits. Playing init. Okay. Game yup. Oh, yeah, this after is a bit cursed. Come up with better spawning logic. That's true. That's true. Good to do. Well done past me. I think this is actually inset. Game set init. Okay. Now we've got movement speed, which is now in, I think, physics. So we should probably move that. So it doesn't look like we've got anything happening in movement at the moment, but we certainly will. And that should also have like a in-game specification. But we'll get there. Let's just get it back running again. Hey, it runs. Probably doesn't work, but it runs. Okay, does the animation's happening? Okay, good. Do we eventually get terrain if we run it enough times to get past our race condition? Let's try a couple more times. No terrain. Oh, hang on. Update curse position did not run because it requested inaccessible system parameter material 2D with level. Okay. That's not ideal. Let's fix that. Material 2D plugin level material. So inaccessible system parameter single mesh material 2D level material transform with level. It should be there, but there might be an ordering problem. I bet it's running at the wrong time. So first of all, this should be, I think, post fixed update. I could swear there's a post fixed update. We got the main schedule. Run fixed main loop. Fixed main runs. Where's the list of them? If you need to order your variable time step systems before or after the fixed update logic, use the run fixed main loop system set. Ah. Exactly once per frame. It will also run under a variable time step, handling things that need to run every frame but also need to be read by the fixed update logic. In contrast to most other Bevy systems, systems added directly to run fixed main loop will not be parallelized between each other. Okay. So you would go inset run fixed main loop system before fixed main loop. Okay. So I could do actually after fixed main loop. Okay. That seems to work, which is good. But we don't want it to run. Well, no, I think that's okay. That's for swap textures, but update cursor position, inset game set record input. That only runs if in-game playing. This runs on enter screen in-game. Inset game set init. Is it always coming up with this error or is it timing sensitive? Update cursor position did not run. It shouldn't be running. It should never be running until we get to this point. What the hell? that was that was not what we were hoping for. I think our texture dimensions are not quite right somehow. Yeah, that's cool. What the hell? Oh, well, it's consistently happening at least. Why is it compressing it to a single line? Maybe the texture descriptor is not quite what I thought it was. Oh, it didn't work this time. Okay, so it's still timing sensitive. And it's definitely not correct. Damn it. Okay. This is what happens when you refactor. Things break. Have some tea. Okay. Is it possible that this inset stuff does not do what I think it does? For example, should I put this? Inaccessible? Yeah, still running. Update cursor position did not run. Why would it be running? We're not in that state. So it's not that. Do we reference it somewhere? Game set record input. Run if in state game playing. Did we get a state transition that I missed here? Game transition. Some intro, some playing. Huh. We got ads in a sec. Let's try that again just to see exactly when it changes. Some splash, some title, some loading. Oh yeah, look at that. Some intro into some playing. It's transitioning at the wrong time. That's not good. Why is it doing that? I bet it's happening in assets. Actually, let's look at game state. Take care of loading resources for the level to come and providing hints to the player. Intro. Init. Oh, okay. Well, this is wrong. Later, we can use the state for intro screens and or resource loading. And when does that run? On enter a game intro init. Next state game. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we don't want this. So we'll get rid of that. I wonder if you can add an observer on another state. Okay, so we add level plugin, movement plugin, and yup plugin, which are all of the things inside game, right? Yup, level, movement, and rendering, which isn't a plugin. Okay. So yeah, we got ads. So what I actually need to do is switch to playing once that button is pushed, which is in screen, I think title. Yeah. So here we've got mute next state, res mute next state screen. So let's change this to next screen. And then we'll also add mute next game state. That's better. Now this is going to be a problem. Okay, that should be better. Okay, so we run that, and then we get that, and we don't get an inaccurate running of the cursor position stuff, which is good. We still do get this really ridiculous resizing of the image, and we don't know why. Okay, so that's our next problem. It must have something to do with the dimensions. Like if I change, close that, that, and that in level, if I change the size logic, what happens? And we go 2560, 1440. And we try again. Hey, it's back. All right, so it's definitely the sizing of the textures. But everything else is working, so that's good. Why is it not able to use the other dimensions? Maybe those change somehow? Let's look up texture descriptors again. Dimension. Dimensions of the texture. Size of the texture. All components must be greater than. For a regular 1D, 2D texture, the unused sizes will be 1. For 2D array textures, Z is the number of 2D textures in that array. So what's the difference between size and dimension? GPU texture dimension. Mm. It's a weird behavior for size. Is it possible it's not known at the time that we run that system? I clone it here. Well, I don't clone it here, but I obtain the value here. And then I just use its height and width as F32, but they're what? U32? U32. Interesting. Wonder if Claude can interpret this. Be interesting to see what its take is on it anyway. When I... Oh, if you have the raw image asset, you can use image size. Okay. I wonder if there's a difference. Maybe it does some smart things with it. Oh, okay. Another one where it didn't work. I still need to fix that. That works. Huh. Weird. All right. Mind not to reason why. Can I use that function without the borrow checker issues? No. No, I can't. Can I at least declare it closer to the use? No, I can't. Can I do that? All right. That's what we'll do then. All right. So now we have to figure out why it's not always working. Yeah, so it's going to come up blank about half the time. I feel like that's probably timing related. Timing related. So how could we improve it? We could have all of this stuff happen in the pre-phase for each level. And then run a timer. So we could use game state intro as a means to run all this stuff and then only start playing after we'd done it. But it's almost like that would need to be a screen. So we've got screen in-game, which runs everything. These are like, and then we've got subscreens for in-game pause and in-game playing. So I wonder if in fact we need a third substate for Level loading. Hmm. You could arguably use in-game playing as the means to do this. Kind of orchestrate that level loading stuff. Hmm. Just set a timer and transition from game intro to game playing. Let's figure out how this might look. So we would do something like display level screen, or yeah, let's come up with like a, because in the original Lemmings, we have intro screens for each level. Let's find one. Don't want the DOS version, I want the Amiga version. Hopefully the sound's all right here. You've never played Lemmings? Oh, that's loud. Okay, so here, the very start, we have intro, intro, intro. So cute. And demonstrating important game features. I might do a playthrough of a emulated version of Lemmings at some point. There's also a lemmings-like that someone made that was open source that was around for a while. I can't remember in what engine. I think it might have been Godot. Okay, I don't need to see all this. Yeah, this. So we've got essentially a loading screen for each level, giving you targets, what you need to save, how fast they are, and the time. Be keen to see that. Yeah. Shame you can't, like, there should be a co-op version, but I don't think there is. 10% to be saved, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So we could have an equivalent of this, just saying, hey, the other thing is there might be some story component that you could use on each pre-screen. So we'll call it intro, and we'll generate some UI. Look at our loading screen because that's nice and simple. How's your day at work going? Is it treating you kindly? Right, I need the trait to be in scope. It's slow. Well needed rest. Excellent. I am very happy to hear that. Okay, so now we want state scoped screen in-game intro. Or actually, game intro. I think it's game intro. Yeah. So with children, yep. And then we want a timer. So we'll look at the timers in Splash. And we will use those. Oh, this is the wrong one. Probably use the system set for some of this stuff. I imagine that state scoping would get rid of most of this. Okay, that is no longer necessary. Yesterday was such a full on day. Oh, yeah. Oh, did someone just come down my drive? What the? That was weird. Um, yeah, you need a break. That's for sure. Okay, so let's look at what they actually do here. Oh, that's a one liner. Okay. I imagine you can't state scope a resource. That's probably why they've got that. And this is actually going to be intro timer. And we'll grab splash timer and copy the hell out of it because that's what we do. We copy things. Actually, someone had an interesting pattern in Discord the other day for timers. I must have a look at that. Okay, now we need commands. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Now, tick timers. I don't really see why you wouldn't init the resource in the spawn intro screen, but I guess it's okay. Tick splash timer and check splash timer. Very happy to steal those. What is continued loading used for? Actually, I don't want that anyway. I want next state game. Game playing. There we go. This is on update, and we want tick intro timer. Check intro timer. These will be inset, game set, tick timers, I think it's called. Actually, first one is, I don't know how useful this game set is. But I guess we'll discover as we move along. There's no update setting game set. Maybe that does make it tricky. I can't find the buffer I'm in. There we go. Import that. Beautiful. Okay. These ones don't have any particular game set, I don't think. I wish it wouldn't do that. Kind of annoying. There we go. That's better. So in theory, when I click, I now need to change screen title so that it doesn't transition the state into playing. Excuse me. Okay, is this runnable or does it break? Hey, it's runnable. Does it work? Huh? Intro state. No, I understand why you did that, but yeah, that's not right. Because intro is the default setting. So this needs to be in a game set, basically. Three. Oh, well, it made it to playing, so that's good. Okay. Let's try state scoping that. We will state scope this. Oh, it did. State scope to game intro. Interesting. Interesting. Do I need to add state scoping for that state? I think that would be in screens. Enable state scoped entities for screen. In game, no. In game RS, maybe? Enabled state scoped entities for game. Yeah, it totally does it. Okay, we'll persevere. We'll persevere. We will look at. What's the time, by the way? 11:21. Okay. We will look at not making this happen unless we're in game playing. No, because it spawned it in title. So I think we need these ones not to happen. Screen playing in game. Like so. Okay. Let's have another crack at that. That wasn't quite what I expected. Hang on, let's think about this. In title, transition to screen in game, which is good. And we're in. I think I've spotted a flaw in my plan. Because all of the systems that rely on kind of actually being playing the game are based on screen in game. But we've got states within states, right? So we've got screen in game, game intro, game playing, game paused, and game over. I think. So I wonder if more systems should be dependent on game playing. Yeah. So if we look at level, for example, this runs in game set init on enter screen in game. And game set init just runs on enter screen in game. Yeah, I wonder if I need screen intro rather than the game playing game intro. I think that might be better. So screen intro runs basically each level. Okay. So let's look at screen. Interesting that I've got over as the screen idea there. Okay, so that means we take it out of game RS. Actually, if you go back to title, we will transition to screen state intro. Yeah, that'll be better. And then here, this becomes screen intro. That's better. And then we go next game state set game playing. We actually don't really need that because it's the default. That should be better. Just don't know if there are any usages I'm missing, which there probably are. Intro and playing. Nice. That's what we want. Okay. So, but it still doesn't solve the loading problem. So what we could do is set up all the images in the intro screen, and maybe that would resolve the timing issues. Maybe. So we could like prepare level images, I guess. And then we could take some of the stuff out of level. And then we could store them for use, I guess. So we're going to need textures. What is textures? I don't know why that says textures when it's levels. Because I was essentially full of shit, I think is the reason for that. I think I might keep this level render target business though, and just store both image handles. Don't know that I really need the masks to do anything magical there. Materials, I don't think I need either. I don't think I need the meshes. I just need levels. I need tiny bale. I need level render target. Obviously, this would be all done on, this would be all done on a per level basis. So we'd be loading each one in turn, probably from a RON file. Not sure about that bit yet. So let's go with source and destination. And we're going to need to update a whole bunch of stuff. But this function will get a lot simpler. When we say level render target, let's go with level render targets. Like so. And then this becomes level targets. Destination. Except we're not going to do it that way. We're actually going to use this as a read. So let's get level render targets. Level target destination. Level targets. And then level targets source equals level image. Clone, probably. Oh, and levels, level, clone. Okay. Store the store the store both image handles on our resource to facilitate swapping them each frame. And so the material spawning system can grab them easily in the next screen. Okay. So we're setting them up in this screen and we're going to knock them down in the next one, basically. So we can get rid of basically most of this. We do just need to know the dimensions, so we need to get the image. But everything else can go. Actually, instead of using textures level clone, we can use level targets. Source. Possibly clone. No. Okay. And level image size. I wonder, do I actually need this now, or can I just do level image size like so? I can. All right. So I don't need this. Cool. That needs to be level targets. This is the destination. Yeah. So we've got level targets source, level targets destination. This doesn't need to be, this can be level targets. Level targets is not a great name, to be honest. Hey, Fanny. How you doing today on this fine Saturday? Reminds me to drink my tea. Okay, so this one is source. That gets rid of this. and this, and this, which is good. We're happy about that. What is your problem? Oh yeah, for swap textures. Okay, so are we done with everything on that system? I think we are. I think we are. You need a tea. You just woke up. Oh my goodness. You must have had a late night. Okay. Level render targets. And so now we can do level targets. And I think we don't need this little dance that we're doing here. Instead, we can go target texture. What's target? Oh, I see. Level targets destination. Hang on. The cam target, we are swapping from destination to source. So level targets source. And the level material, we are swapping to just a long, painful sleep. Oh no. Why painful? That doesn't sound good. Terrain texture equals level targets destination. And then we basically want to swap them. Swap the camera target and fragment shader source, I guess. And then swap source and destination in the resource to prepare for next frame. So we could go let old texture, let old source equals level targets source. Yeah, source. Possibly clone, not sure. And then level targets destination, level targets source equals level targets destination, clone level targets destination equals old source. You always want your source to be new. Don't use old source. It's not good. And then trigger change detection. Okay, how badly did we break it? That is the question. Oh, that always happens. Okay. Did we break it? Did we break it? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. This is an in-game playing. What the hell? Okay, that looks correct. Okay. Intro. Game screen. Okay. Is it reliable? Intro. No, it's not. God damn it. Okay, so that wasn't the problem. But it's still, I think, potentially kind of useful way to organize things, just to load the images and get them sorted out first. But we do seem to have a timing issue, and I don't know why. Game screen. Okay, that works. Yeah. Okay. But it's not reliable. Because this happens. Damn it. And there's nothing in the logs that would say why that's happening. I wonder why. Yeah, blank screen. So what am I doing wrong? Just so we can turn the timer down on this a bit. So let's go to intro. Let's go to, what have we got? Screen. Do we have a screen intro? We've got a screen end game. And we've got an end game playing. Now this actually needs to move to screen intro, I think. Yeah. So move intro RS. And then in screens, we need pub mod intro plugin. And then in in-game, need to take that out. And that, so actually in-game does nothing at all at the moment. But that's okay. Just make sure we didn't break it. Okay, well, we haven't solved the problem, but we've done a lot of useful work. Let's see what What? Oh, the timer, that's right. Intro. Whoa. Why is this all grayed out? Thank you. Timer, yeah. So intro duration seconds. We'll make that 1 or even half. There we go. All right. So let's commit that before we lose any more of it. Because we have refactored the crap out of it. Oh, we don't want that yet. Major refactor. Okay. Refactor and intro screen. Very slow get push. I wonder if Bokubeam's streaming right now. Nope. Wonder if Michael's screaming right now. Screaming. Mike v dev. Nope. Tea is steeping. Excellent. I need to make some more. In fact, I've almost got a screening. I've almost got an ad break in which I can use to make the beverage. More. Okay. So what else could be going wrong with the timing? I feel like it happens about half the time that the terrain just doesn't show up. I can't really tell why that is. It could be a bug, could be a Bevy bug. But I wonder if I'm just trying to do something in a system that isn't running at the right time. Because I was really hoping that my refactor would just quietly get rid of this problem. But it hasn't. It definitely has not. Oh, perfect timing. Exactly. All right. We do have an ad break. So I shall make the tea. And everything will immediately... Oh, I hit the wrong screen. There we go. Everything will immediately become better. Okay, now then. Hey, good timing. Okay, welcome back. Thank you. You want to see something really scary? We worked out that the whole goal here is to release a game this year onto Steam to be my champions at breakfast. And I want to do it by my birthday. And so Wardrobe was here earlier and may still be listening in the background at some point. And we asked an AI to calculate the number of days from today until my birthday. This is the really scary part. Total 136 days until June 9th in New Zealand. I have 136 days to get this out. Probably as a demo, but it's still pretty scary. So that's my terrifying realization. And no, it's just Claude. I asked Claude. See Claude? Where is it? Days until June 9th in New Zealand. It should be a timestamp so it counts down. Oh God. That's scary, man. How can I possibly do that? But I'm going to anyway. You're working on it. I'm working on it. Somebody's working on it. Okay, here we go. With that in mind, how can I approach this problem? I may need to ask for some more help in Discord. Why is that not considered a change? Did I commit that already? Okay, works fine. How many times out of 10 is this going to work? This is going to be boring, but it's useful. So 1. So 50% so far. %30. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 4. 2 out of 5. Asking for help? Who would do that? Yeah, you should tell me, by the way, 3 out of 6. You should tell me if there's anything specific you want me to look at in that repo, by the way, because I haven't really sat down and looked at it much. 3 out of 7. But if there's anything targeted that I can do, I'd be happy to. 4 out of 8. So we're at 50% roughly. 4 out of 9. 5 out of 10. Yep. So roughly 50% of the time it works. All right. I am going to create a Discord thread for this. I have a message from Finny, which I'll read later. We go to Bevy. Now, do I want to create a help thread or do I want to ask in rendering? I think I want to ask in rendering because I think they're going to probably get me the people. If I don't get an answer there, I'll make a help thread. So I'm still hitting a problem where my custom material only shows up approximately half the time. I'm using render layers to separate out rendering the texture, the material, with alternating between two textures as render targets. Unfortunately, after a refactor, which I hoped would magically cure the problem, the apparent timing problem, but didn't, the problem persists. I'm not sure if I'm running up against a bug or just being boneheaded with my spawning logic. So I guess I could provide links to source, game level, that's the material spawning. Then we've got screen's intro. Texture preparation. And something else, something else, something else, something else. Oh, the texture swapping. So game level swap textures. If anyone can see anything obvious, I'm messing up here. I'd really appreciate a clue. approximately 50% of the time, the material displays just fine. And the other 50%, it's invisible. You have to remove some bits. Okay, maybe someone's going to have a clue for me. Oh, hey, Buku. Have you seen how the Game of Life example does it? Yeah, so I used that as quite a resource, although that does use compute shaders rather than fragment shaders. But it's been really interesting studying it. I used it as partly as setup code. But yeah, it's just weird. I mean, a 50% success rate screams timing problem or race condition. I just don't know what it is. It could be a bug, but I just don't know. So what we're going to do is we're going to set that aside for now because we can't really progress it without help, I don't think. I could accidentally stumble on the solution, but I don't know. So in the meantime, we should progress to collision and collision detection. So that means, what buffers have I got open right now? That can go so close to 69,000 channel points. I need to add some more expensive redeems. I need to add some redeems, more to the point. Okay, closing some buffers. Right, now collision. So at the moment, all we're doing, G indeed. At the moment, all we're doing is in physics. It's very easy when everything costs 1. Well, I didn't want people to stop people being able to play pretty tunes. But then they can't really play pretty tunes because I haven't implemented that. All they can do is play individual notes. I might not be able to work on the stream overlay for another 130 whatever it is days until I get this out the door. So we've got all this compute node set up here, and this is from both of the compute node examples in Bevy. And we've got a bit where we can echo everything that's arriving back from the compute shader. So this thing. So if we run that, even if the level doesn't show up, we should still get, yeah, we got a whole ton of compute shader data. It's running at the wrong time though. It shouldn't be running during this phase at all. But we're getting lots of compute shader stuff and it's running very, very fast, which is encouraging. So we need to not run this. Trigger readback complete, but it would be great not to run it unless we're in game. But I don't know if you can do that with triggers. That's another interesting question. Can you state scope triggers kind of? I guess you could check the current state, but you may not be able to. In which case the collision detection would be just cranking the GPU the whole time. I guess you could certainly state scope the stuff that that sends data to the shader so that it wouldn't have any work to do. That would be one way of approaching it. Because at the moment, the only thing it does is add one hue to everything. Okay. So, what do I need to pass to it? I need to pass an understanding of the position of every character in the game. And I potentially also need to pass to it the frame buffer, or not the frame buffer, but the image that it's going to be checking. Now, I don't know if I have to pass that every time. That's going to suck, but I have a suspicion I can access it from the shader. Question mark, question mark. Shader? I hardly know it. Kago Road. Yeah, so hey, Mike V Dev. I was just checking your channel before to see if you were floating around, but you weren't. Yet another Bevy developer checks in. Gotta love it. Jimmy Bestie. Last time I ran the you'll be doing a long life tomorrow. Nice. Last time I ran the team command, it crashed. It crashed the robot, and I don't know why. But let's check it. Let's try it again. Let's try it. Let's see if we can make it crash. It didn't crash this time. That's good. Ooh, Lakey Gaming. I don't even know if I follow them. I don't. Let's fix that. There we go. They must be new. Excellent. More follows. Huh. Mike VDev, that got auto modded. That was funny. I guess because of Ho, I'm going to assume. Hilarious. Okay, so now I need to understand. I guess my understanding of compute shaders is not sufficient to tell me whether I can get the current texture that's being used by the fragment shader without having to pass it from the CPU side, because that would suck and be very slow. So if instead I could just pass a handle to the image, which we know already exists on the GPU side, then I could use that as the source of truth. People keep asking me if I speak Dutch because of the way. I learned that from the confusion of people replying to me in Dutch all the time. So I take it you do speak Dutch, Mike? I do not. I sit here and I drink tea. And I get confused by compute shaders. So in our compute shader examples, example shaders, we have GPU readback, which is what I use to build most of this. And that uses two things. It uses a readback image and a readback buffer. And I'm thinking that actually readback image might be something I could use. So we've got a GPU shader storage buffer and a shader storage buffer. That's not confusing at all. Everyone gets confused by compute shaders, yeah. And then we've got extract plugins for both of them due to the whole retained rendering world thing. And we've got prepare bind groups. We don't need to recreate the bind group every frame. Yep, I'm already doing that. What I want to see is what we do with icy. So we pass the image. Yep. And we add it to images. Insert resource readback buffer. A simple way to pass the buffer handle to the render app for our compute node. Textures can also be read back from the GPU. I don't want to do that. All right, so good. So this is a way to provide the image handle. So I should do this. When it came to the skill tree, I chose to really focus on a meme build. Being good at regex. I too can write regex. I do tend to use regex 101, but I can still do it. Because I'm old, basically. And sometimes there used to be no choice. So I suspect what we're going to end up with is something like this. Wait, where is the shader for that example? Bevy, examples, assets, shaders. No. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Maybe it's in Bevy assets, shaders. Yeah, there we go. Game of life. GPU readback. Here we go. Yeah, binding one var texture. There we go. And what does it actually do with it? Write the same data to the texture. Interesting. I don't actually want to write to the texture. So I could probably just use read rather than R32U and write. Just keep that there as a resource. This probably can be read, I think. I don't think it helps that this is a weird non-shader standard language. Well, it kind of is standard. It's just like a new one. So it's still kind of in flux from what I understand. But yeah, WGSL versus everything else is different from what I gather. Talking like I'm an expert. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so GLSL. Well, yeah, but now we're dealing with everything else. Okay, so I need to grab from the example. We can get rid of this now, I think. I need to grab from the example this stuff. Readback image is just a handle image, so we don't need that. Although it does have extract resource on it. Huh. I wonder if I need extract resource on my equivalents of these. Handle shader storage buffer. Thanks for the lurk, Franny. Enjoy your tea. So if I look in level, I wonder if I need extract resource on. Where is it? Level render targets or whatever it's called. Yeah, this thing. Do I need extract resource on this? Let's look at what it does. Only 5 more till 50. Oh, dude, we need to get you some more followers. Hell yeah. Extract resource. Describes how a resource gets extracted for rendering. Therefore, the resource What? That's kind of a weird piece of docs. Transferred from the main world into the render world in the extract schedule step. Okay. Well, we should do that. I wonder if that cures my other problem. Yeah, we need to harvest more follows for Boku. Resource is a weird from world implementation. Why are you complaining at me? Trackbound clone is not satisfied. Why? Consider annotating with derived clone. All right. I guess extract resource messes things up. Yeah, so that was my question. The docs are not amazing. It's not Dyn compatible. Okay. I feel like someone has edited this out. It feels like there used to be more. But this is interesting to me. I wonder if this actually does help me with my problem. But I'm just going to continue down the path of the whole second render world is going to change. Oh, God. Don't tell me that. I'm just getting used to this one. Okay. So this is in physics. It's all good. I just roll with the punches. We need to duplicate the approach here, I think. So we've already got this in our level render targets. What we probably need is, we already have that, I think. I don't know if we call it readback buffer. I think we call it collisions buffer, but we already do have it. Yeah. The amount of code I had that could be removed when require got added. I know require was great, but the migrations, I did a couple of them on third-party crates. Epic, epic. I tried to do it on Bevy easiest tile map, and I had to bail. The rendering code was too much for me. Our parrot finished it, and Chris Biscotti. I was like, actually, you know that screeching sound in the cartoons? Backing out now. Too much. Can't do. Oh, God. Okay. So we're adding a new thing that we pass. And we're calling it readback image. So where is readback image used? Insert resource. Okay, but we already have the resource. So the image, I see. So we're creating the bind group manually because we don't have the abstraction of using the custom material. And I think it was Charlotte was saying that they would quite like to add an abstraction like custom materials for compute shaders, which would be handy because that API is really good. I still have a bunch of custom require like things using from world to base the require values on the sibling elements. Huh. Okay. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Okay. Create bind group. Yes. So bind group entry sequential image texture view into binding. Right. So we're going to be using the destination image. The trouble is that keeps changing, but it probably shouldn't matter that much because there'll only be very minor differences between frames. I hope. Well, sorry. No, it's completely fine. I'm delighted that you're. It's really nice to be hanging out with people who are also going through the same pain I am. Okay, we don't need level right now. We need Physics, yes. We need sequential, I think is the string I'm searching on. Yeah, here we go. Shader storage buffer as entire buffer binding. And we also want the resource for the destination image, which is going to be level targets, res level targets, level render targets. And then we're going to pass level targets destination. And how do I convert that into binding? What is texture view? A texture view. Oh, it's a GPU image. Okay. Huh. Where is that defined? Images. Oh, I see. Images get. So you have to get the image itself, not. This sounds an awful lot like it's going to pass the entire image rather than just grab it off the CPU, off the GPU. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Yeah, okay. So let's do this. Let's do images, res assets image. And then let's do let destination image equals images get level targets destination, which will need to be a reference. Then this becomes destination image into binding. Oh, text view into binding. God damn. Get the feeling this still isn't going to work. Oh, it's an option. Right. Okay. So we use our like so, and then we import it because we don't have it. Use tiny bale prelude. Really? It uses an unwrap in the thing, but otherwise, I would have thought that would work. Image res readback image, which is just a wrapper around a handle image. And you think you are an end image. Can I do this? I cannot. You think you're a reference to an image. Data texture descriptor, sampler, texture view descriptor. What am I doing different? What am I doing differently? Great, I closed it. Bevy, examples, shaders, GPU readback. GPU readback, prepare bind groups, sequential images. Oh, there we go. Res render assets GPU image. Huh. Thud, indeed. Okay, well, we're down the rabbit hole. We may as well continue. So does that mean that I'm accessing it directly from the GPU side and not from the CPU side? Because that would actually be great. Ah. Okay. Okay. That's cool. So now I'm passing an image in my bind group. Granted, it doesn't change every time, and it probably should, but although actually it does change every time because this this level render targets thing changes every time. Ah. Except when does prepare bind group run? Oh, we don't need to recreate the bind group every frame. Except we kind of do if we want to use the same image, but let's go to do word swapping, removing this restriction. Allow us to always check the most recent copy of the image, destination image. In practice, it's probably not necessary and would just slow things down. Yeah. Okay. First of all, does it run? No, it does not. Trying to destroy, oh, you guys probably can't see that. Trying to destroy a surface semaphores that are still in use by a surface texture. Cool. Oh, resource does not exist in this world. Did you forget to add it using app insert resource, app init resource? Collisions buffer bind group. Huh. When does this run? We panicked on 160. Prepare bind group did not run because it requested inaccessible system parameter res level render targets. Okay. Yeah, because that doesn't exist until quite a lot later. Whereas we're running this in Finish, which isn't really going to work. Huh. We're running this in Finish, which isn't going to work because we have to change the images every time. So collisions buffer bind group, where does that just holds the bind group. And then what uses that? We're probably going to need to run this on intro every time. Okay, yeah, we're I wonder if you can modify the bind group after the fact. Because it's dependent now on a resource that only gets created. I guess we could create the default copy of the resource at the start of the game. But then we'd have to update it every time we ran intro. Looks like it's trying to set everything up to begin with, but We can't do that. Not if we want it to have reference to the underlying image. Hmm. Tricky. How do I make that work? While I think about that, I'm checking Discord to see if anybody answered my question. Oh, Charlotte wants to know if there's an easy way to run it. I could publish it to web, I suppose. Um, uh, I could potentially publish it to web. I haven't experimented with that in the last week or so. Let's see if all the shader stuff is compatible. Okay, let's move that back to 9. Let's try pushing a new tag. So get tag v. What are we even up to? I don't know if we've got tags at the moment. Oh, we do, because I was testing the process. Looks like we're up to v110. Let's call it v2. Let's go crazy. Get push origin tag v0.2.0. See if the entire build is broken. It's repository moved. Oh, whoops. Am I not using it? Get remote v. Is that because I didn't get it? GitHub.com. Oh, it's because I'm not using capitals in it. Hilarious. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what it's doing. Let's see if it immediately fails. CI's failing. That's good. Probably because I've got unused variables. Check upload to itch. It's going to do its build, which will take about 15 minutes. Shouldn't be building macOS. It's kind of weird. Thought I disabled that. Oh well. Hopefully that doesn't prevent it from uploading. Wasn't build seems to be succeeding so far. The question will be whether the shader stuff kills it on itch. It might very well do. Similar release to you? Yeah, I just used the Bevy new 2D stuff. You probably wrote it from scratch. Okay, so how can I approach this problem? I've got to have basically a new bind group created every time we load a level so that we can change the image it's associated with, I guess. Rude. No, I meant that as a compliment. Like you probably wrote it from scratch. I just copied all this CI stuff. I wonder if I can just be incredibly blatant and just change when it runs. So finish will run after all the other plugins have been initialized, right? So can be useful for plugins that depend on another plugin asynchronous setup, like the render. But we add the systems to render prepare bind group and set render set prepare bind groups, which runs constructing bind groups or other data that relies on render resources prepared in prepare resources. Run if not resource exists. I mean, the super simple way of doing this would be to just do run if in state screen intro, but then that's kind of balked because it will only run once. Still running, still running. Trouble is, if the Mac build fails, the whole thing's going to fail, so I might have to cancel that. So will this let me get through and just run it? No, still panics. An accessible system parameter single, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Mac build's definitely the worst. And I usually turn it off because it's expensive, although not for an open source project, but which this is. Okay, so that's not sufficient because tick intro timer did not run. Res mute intro timer. Oh, here we go. Collisions buffer doesn't exist. Bind group does not exist in the world. Yeah. So there must be another state that depends on it. Maybe init. Yeah, here we go. Hmm. Oh, yeah, because init should have run first. So I guess I could also limit init as well, just to get past this problem for now. Hey, Just, how you doing? Mac builds faster than Windows? Yeah, Windows is really slow. Okay, so still got issues with things not being available on 164, for example. Right. That doesn't exist yet in collisions node, impl render graph node. Oh, okay. So when does this run, I wonder? I have no control over when that runs. Huh. Good, good. Debating whether to restructure all your code files. I just finished doing a huge amount of that. Oh my God. It's very confusing. It's very confusing. But now we're onto a new problem. We have an example which shows us a bind group setup for a compute shader, but it assumes that we want to start doing that right at the very beginning of the application, and I don't. In fact, I'm going to need to do it once every game level. And that is breaking my brain in interesting ways. In Bevy, do either of you use plugins to organize things? Oh, hell yeah. There's a missing part in Bevy to describe dependencies too. Maybe required components helps. It kind of does. Yeah, I've got plugins all over the place. So we have I use the rough structure that Bevy 2D provides, but I kind of sprang out on my own. So I've got lib, which is like the entry point for the application. And then we add a bunch of function plugins. And then the screens plugin is a bunch of sub plugins. And then we've also got a few sub plugins for in-game. So that's plugins within plugins within plugins. Yeah, it's plugins all the way down, basically. So Bevy 2D for reference is... Not everybody agrees with everything in this file, by the way, but people still use it as a good example of structure. Basis code is neater than you. Oh, I don't know about that. I do not know about that. It wasn't always, that's for sure. But we have just done a bunch of work on it. Now, but yeah, we've still got this problem of needing to create a bind group every time we load a level. Or at least modify the bind group. I wonder if the bind group can be modified. That's interesting. Yeah, that one's got some interesting stuff in it. Not everybody likes the way that it spawns resources, so it uses this thing in screens level, I think it is. No? Yeah, it uses this structure. So it uses things that implement command. And so then you've got spawn player, apply world. And then if you look in player, you have a struct spawn player. And then it has import command for spawn player. It's kind of cool, but not everybody's a fan of this. So yeah, it just kind of horses for courses. Seen some open issues about plugins describing their dependencies. Yeah, maybe. There's definitely a whole nesting thing going on, but I do think that the function plugin structure has been really helpful for me. So using functions instead of structs. Okay, so let's look at the structure we've arrived at and see how we could adapt that. Part of the problem is that this render graph node thing expects collisions buffer bind group to be present. So I'm starting to lean towards having that be present in a default state and then altering it. Good info, thanks. No worries, man. I feel like I always point people to that repo, but I'm hoping to eventually have a slightly simpler example for plugins. So when we look at the definition, all it is a wrapper around a bind group. And a bind group is a Bevy entity, a Bevy struct. Binding render resources, bind group ID and value. Can be created via render device create bind group. Dereferences to a WGPU bind group. Can I modify a bind group after the fact? Or is there no point in doing that? So if we look at prepare bind group, just popping in, have a good stream. Hey, thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. So we've got render device create bind group. And then we insert resource with the bind group. Is it possible that we could derive default on that? It feels like we could. Does bind group provide default? No. But maybe we could implement default for it and then exit out. Maybe if it has like an option bind group instead of a bind group. Get ads in a sec. Definitely feel like I'm down the rabbit hole a little bit, but that's okay. That's where I belong. That is where I belong. So how do we summarize our problem? We need one of these for each new level because the image we're passing to the compute shader changes each time we load a level. It may be possible to update this image? Question mark. Or at the least, replace the bind group when the image changes. So let's look at where it gets used. It gets used in node render graph. And we're obtaining, we got ads. Okay. Now, Charlotte said there's a possibly related issue here. The render layers, they are broken. Last year, rendered a bird into render layer 0 and another into render layer 0 and 1. Camera A has render layer 0. Camera B has render layers 1 in a render target image. We expect to see both birds on camera A and only one bird on camera B. Instead, we see a random combination of birds on both cameras. Duplicate of 17351. Sprite batches can be overwritten in prepare sprite image bind groups. Sprites don't work correctly with render layers. Hmm. And the repro is this. Excuse me. Got source and destination. Oh, excuse me. Eating too fast. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So what happens if I clone and run this? Who are we talking about? Dead money. Suffer through a build cycle. If it is a bug, that would explain a lot. The left bird should never be visible in the lower right camera's view. It is on a different render layer. Well, it disappeared. Oh, it's not visible. Oh, it is visible. Oh my gosh. Okay. Interesting. Huh. I bet this is it. Because sometimes it's just not there. I just looked at the repro and it seems suspiciously similar. Okay. All right. Now, my other problem. How do I recreate and or change a bind group? So we've got collisions pipeline, collisions buffer bind group. Where do we use the bind group? Here we go. Pass set bind group. Let's look that up. Let's stop you. Thank you very much. I'm going to respond to that issue so that I get notifications. Encountering something very similar where render layers based camera is only showing a custom material that is not a type approximately half the time. Hmm. How do I describe this? Where some render layers based code has a camera that's only showing yeah. Hmm. Okay. Uh, so how do I solve my other problem? What will we set bind group? We might need to dynamically set the bind group or update it. Render resource compute pass set bind group. Sets the active bind group for a given bind group index. The bind group layout in the active pipeline when the dispatch function is called must match the layout of this bind group. If the bind group have dynamic offsets, provide them in the binding order. That sounds like a typo to me. These offsets have to be aligned to limits, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm going to write that down or I'm going to forget it. How can I link to this? I can use this link and I can note it in my Discord. Note to self typos in that. Okay. All right. Now, can I change this for a given bind group index? Index U32. So where do we get that index from? Bind group 0, because there's only one, basically. Can I get some kind of mutable reference to all of the things that I'm setting up here? So I need to be able to change it. Maybe we could see some code that involves set bind group. Maybe that might help. Any example code? Compute shader game of life. Oh, actually, compute shader game of life might be a good one for this. Because... Oh no, unfortunately. It's probably all happening at startup. If the corresponding pipeline is loaded, transition to the next stage. Actually, what is this? This is, oh, update. You can do an update. Oh. Render graph node. Oh, you can change some things. That's cool. Update pipeline. Okay, so let's look at that. So update. Render graph update. Import render graph node. Run, input, output, update. Updates internal node state using the current render world prior to the run method. Okay. So yeah, I could maybe check the state in there using the world. The current render world. Huh. Hmm. 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 So I think what we're going to need is an update. Ah, come back here. Give me the complete. Thank you. Now, every level, did I describe this problem up here? Yeah, here we go. To alter the bind group, the bin group, bind group, every level. Yeah. Let's see if we can make this work. So I don't have the render context, but I should be able to... Oh, maybe I can't because I need this. Set bind group. Hmm. Updates internal node state. Oh, so maybe I could use the internal node state to signal to the run pass when it needs to use a different thing. Or actually, if I'm... Wait a minute, I might be overthinking this. If I'm changing what's in the resource, and if it uses... the world on each pass, it checks the collision buffer bind group, then I can just... Yeah, I can just change that. I don't need to worry about the rest of it, right? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, my brain is definitely starting to fail now, so I think it might be time to read out because I'm getting slower and slower. um, let's see who's on that we could raid into. We got a bunch of people actually. Oh, is Foul on? I don't see them. They're not. They're just right down the bottom of this thing for some reason. Shush, Twitch, be quiet. Who else have we got going on? We've got Hypnotic, Adagon, Big Boy Games is on. Excessive Profanity. I don't think we'll be rating them. I don't even know why they're on my follow list, to be honest with you. Oh, Hypnotic's live with a bunch of other people. Is that because they're doing they might be doing the Indie Games Devs Jam. Let's go raid them. I think that might be what's happening. Underscore games is what I need to remember. Thanks for hanging out. I'm rating Hypnotic and such. I am. They're doing the jam. Yeah, I thought they might be. We'll go see what they're doing. Appreciate it. We'll catch us next time. My brain needs rest. You have them on screen too? Nice.